This is National Chess Master Rats at chess.com giving one of my simuls, and I'm disappointed I only have 3 games going. Every time I run a simul, I always send out challenges and chat requests to those that don't respond. They're on my list, and they eventually log off and don't get a game. So, guys, you got to pay attention, okay? Now, yesterday, this game ended. I was starting the simul. Whoop, these moves, that updates me. I'll just play bishop e7. And let's get down to what we're doing. I'm playing a system with black, and I've got a name for it. Right now it's the star defense, because you're a chess star. We're going to make you a chess star, okay? Let me give you the basics. It's similar to, if you're familiar with my work, it's similar to the King's Indian attack, except it's a universal defense against e4, d4, and even yesterday against the Larsens, b3, bishop b2. Nimzovich Larsen, I guess. It's my move again. Okay, I'm going to come back to this. Let me show the game that from yesterday that got erased from my window when it ended and the new game started. It took its place. It didn't save this, and I just had showed the checkmate. This person was guilty of the crime of moving too fast. Let's cover the basics. You have 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment, and it gives you over 2 minutes a move, which you should be spending. He ended this game with more time on his clock, as I recall, about 95 minutes. So the game lasted 37 moves. He gained approximately 18 and a half minutes on the clock. He used about 13 minutes for 37 moves, okay? It's not going to get it done. The ones that are getting good games with me and getting the practice are down to around 20-30 minutes at that time when they have 37 moves made. So let me go over the basics. The first 3 moves you're pretty much playing the same to start, but then you have to make some adjustments, okay? I'll show you what I mean. Bishop c4. See, normally what black wants to do is play bishop g4 and get a pin, but this is one of those positions where black can't, and I'll show you why. Bishop g4, nothing is protecting this bishop, and white has a thematic sacrifice. Bishop takes check, king takes, otherwise you're going to be down a pawn. Then the knight checks, and you lose this bishop, and all of a sudden you're not only down a pawn, you can't castle, and there's this juicy square waiting for that white knight. You're not going to keep it out of there, and you don't want to get into a mess like this. So the answer is to stop and play knight f6 first. Okay, so now as the game goes forward, now I can play bishop g4 because my bishop's protected. And when he castles, now there's one other trick. You're bringing the knight to d7. You're going to get ready to play e5. Again, I have to make sure this doesn't cause a problem. But because of the pin, it won't. You know, see. But there are some cases where if he breaks the pin somehow, I have to be on the alert. But really, there's no problem. I just want you to be thinking about these things to make sure if there's some change in your position, you don't actually walk into this, okay? So he played bishop f4, and now I play e5. Now, if this gains me a tempo, this is a move I want to play, and I'm going to be attacking that bishop, and so it retreats back to e3. So I've gained a tempo. His bishop could have gone to e3 in the beginning, but it didn't. So now I play bishop e7, now h3. Now in the King's Indian attack, there's 2 ways to play this that I've been playing it as black with white with colors reversed. Sometimes I leave the bishop back on c8 and sometimes bring it out to g4. And the whole purpose of putting it out on g4 is just to save time. And I chop that knight off immediately. And the reason I have to chop that knight off is because, keep in mind, in the King's Indian, you're fianchettoing the king's bishop. You don't have the retreat bishop h4 available, but here you do, and that's a subtle difference. And this bishop will redeploy to g6 and pressure the e4 square. Okay, so he plays queen e2, and you delay castling. You want to make sure you try to castle first. You try to castle after white castles. A lot of times in the King's Indian attack, since white often castling as early as the 4th move, white will set up a position where he castles queenside and launches his pawns against you. Are you okay with that? I am, but maybe someone's sending me a chat request. Are you on the list? Who's sending it? Let's see who's sending it. Alerts. Let's go to alerts. Who's this guy? Is he on my list? Let's find out if he's on my list. Don't recognize that name. He's not on the list. He's not on my friends list. I don't know what he wants. You know, I talk to anybody when I can. Okay. Anyway, back to this. And I'm going to come back to this game in a second. I want to just look up, see if I have any moves here. Okay, so here we have an interesting move. Am I going to drop a pawn here? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Is this guy even in Okay. Let me double check. Told me it wasn't on the list. I'm going to close that. I don't need that. Just bring this one up. What's his handle? He's not on the list. You know, you've got to follow the rules. Okay? I'm not going to track you down in live chess. Okay, let me see. Where do I have to move? He moved B3. Okay, there's the check. Now I'll break the check with the knight. Okay. Maybe I do lose a pawn there. Just got careless. See, I've got a couple. This is more of an experience thing. I'm learning this opening and trying to play a Simo while doing it. Maybe not the best method. Okay, so this is the game I was playing yesterday. Let me go. So, I don't know. Okay. You know, you got to follow the instructions. I can't just go and argue, start playing you and adjust for things if you're not on the list yet. You know, the Simo started 43 minutes ago. You guys got to pay attention. I have rules for a reason. Okay, so now I castle kingside, and now I just redeploy the bishop so it pressures e4. He covers it. Wait, I'm hitting the wrong button. He covers it. And now I'm able to get this knight into c5 to put some more pressure, so he covers it. Now I throw a pawn at his bishop, and he counterattacks my knight. Now I could take his bishop, but he just takes my knight, so I safeguard that. I put it on e3. Now I do not mind these double pawns. This is not a problem. Okay, these pawns are covering key squares in his position. So I've picked up the bishop pair, and everything is all hunky-dory as far as I'm concerned. He does have the c5 square, but now he fell victim to a little trick because of a pin. He's going to drop a pawn here. And he does. And now he plays bishop c5, and I just block the d file. He takes, I take, and now I decide I'll just get rid of my double pawn and trade him down to an ending. This is going to weaken his pawn structure. I will in a minute. You'll see it. I'm threatening to win the piece on a pin. He plays queen e3. I could play bishop takes f3 right now, but I don't. I swing this rook over first. Now I take it. And now I penetrate with my queen into his position, threaten a pawn. He goes here, and now it's just a simple matter to go into rook and pawn ending, where I'm a clear pawn ahead, and I swap a set of rooks, bring my king up so his rook can't penetrate. He attacks the pawn, I cover it. He attacks it, I cover it, brings his king up, and now I want to get on the 7th rank. He comes up and attacks my pawn, I guard it. He covers the 7th rank, but the 8th rank isn't covered. So I go down there, and now I can play rook f1, and I will, if I want, and tie his king down, but I come over here first and make a threat, which he totally overlooks. I'm threatening a checkmate in one move. And he just walks right into checkmate. And there it is. And again, I won this game mainly because he played too fast. Now I got to get back to work on the other games. Where was I? Let's close this one. That was the game from yesterday. Now let's see. I had, you see, that's his move there. It's my move here. Yeah, it's my move there. These folks are playing a little differently. Let me illustrate. They're playing an early h3, stopping the bishop to j4. Now, I don't mind that because it spends a tempo and it weakens the king side, but it kind of throws off the question what to do with this bishop. And I'm trying to solve that here over the board. I'll figure out a way. So I just continue with some of the moves, and now b3, and it's my turn. So I can't play bishop g4 as I want to. So there's two methods. I can go back to playing the King's Indian defense type system, or the old system where this bishop stays back, and I just can bring it into play later. What I do later is play b6, put it on b7, the bishop on b7, swing the rook over, and drop the bishop back to c8, and await developments. Here it looks like what he's trying to do is pressure e5. So at some point I need to cover that square, and the knight's the one to do it. So like, for instance, if I castle bishop b2, I need to play knight bd7. And my game will be safe and solid. I can do that. One thing I was trying to do in this other game is, here I'll show, let's find it. Is it this one where I blundered the pawn? Let's back this one up. See, he comes out with an early h3 again. So I just go about my business. And now here I'm thinking, well, he wants to castle queenside. So I make a threat. The threat is to push b4 and take the pawn on e4. And now I decide, well, let's try and put the bishop on e6. And I don't mind the fact that maybe he'll play knight g5, as I've just illustrated with the game that I went over. But there was a little surprise here that I overlooked. Now he took that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see. Where on this position? He played d5, and let me just back it up. d5. He's undermining the defense of the pawn on b5. So, if I play bishop b7, he takes, I take, and I'm going to lose this pawn on d5. So instead, I took this way. I just go ahead and give up this pawn. And now I develop a piece and cover the check. Now he's playing this. He's on my queen. So I'm going to take with the knight, and then my bishop will have a better square f5. Okay, so do I want to try and play a bishop e6 here? See, one thing I can do, I can spend a tempo and play e6 and secure the bishop here, but I'm not sure what good it does. I'm gonna go forward and castle and cover e5 with my knight on b2 and worry about that bishop later. Okay, so here we've got an interesting thing. He's committing to moving a pawn up. Okay, moving his pawn center up. So now I don't think that's the best square for his bishop. I believe I can go ahead and play e5 here. So, well, let's see. I got to be sure. I can also play bishop g4. This invites him to step into the pin. Bishop g4. He might play knight e2. See, e5, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, queen takes. I've given him an isolated pawn. He gets a tempo. My queen can just come back to c7. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, so solve that one. Now I've got f5 for my bishop, for what it's worth. Now I play knight bd7 as discussed. Okay, so anyway, but I really don't want to start any games late. You know, the people that had offers to play, one of them, the other guys left. Maybe you don't have time to sit and play me for 3 or 4 hours. I can't blame you if you can't stay, but if you come on when I've announced the simul, I'm going to send you a challenge. Okay, that's just the way it goes. Okay, so I'll accept this guy's request. Hopefully he got on the list because I can't keep track. Okay, so playing 3 games, and I would rather be playing about 10 or 12 games and reduce this list, but you guys don't want to show up when I'm playing. I had a lot of people request this time on Saturdays and Sundays, and I'm not cleaning too many off. It's just not working. I guess you guys don't really want to play me that badly. That's the way I look at it. So, I've said suggest times for you to play, and I realize some of you can't play at this hour. I know that, but I did them Saturday and Sunday to accommodate a great many of you, and you weren't here. What can I say? So let's see. So all the games are about even. You're going to get equality here. Now I'm down a pawn, right? Does he really want a castle queenside here? I've got some pressure. Like, for instance, I'm pressuring his pawn on c2. What's he going to play here? Now, my bishop's kind of safe here. He doesn't have the knight h4 maneuver to trap it, so I've got a tempo on this pawn. And if his plan was to castle queenside, then I've got a nice pair of open files to start working on his king. So I have some compensation for the pawn I've lost in forms of activity. Just have to wait developments. Okay, so I got everybody thinking, which is good, and good for me anyway. I don't lose any time. So here, I could play bishop. I could have played bishop g4, but he might play knight e2. Then he's threatening h3, and my bishop has to go all the way back. Otherwise, it gets trapped. So here, I'm willing to give him a long-term weakness of an isolated pawn. Let's see. Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, queen takes. I don't have to play queen takes. I can play a move like knight g4. Then come back and take with the knight. And if knight f3, then I play knight takes. And I may just do that. So it looks like white's going to get a structural weakness in his pawn structure as a result of this system. It's a little trickier to play with black because black's on the second move, and you can't, with the King's Indian attack, you can more or less play your first 10, 11 moves straight out, almost against every system. You can play the first 10 or 11. You have to do a little thinking here because you're playing with black, and you're trying to do it against any system that that white throws at you. So, but my experience with it yesterday, just playing it, was I got a comfortable game every time. It was even, to me, a little more comfortable than playing the white side of a King's Indian attack. So this is the star defense. You will be a star when you play it. Okay, so anyway, just kind of flicking around here, waiting for them to move. So my one problem piece right now is, or two problem pieces, are my bishop on c8 and my rook on a8. And I'm going to take care of that as I explained earlier. The bishop will go to b7 eventually, and we'll swing the rook over to help out. Okay, he took. So now I'm tied down to guarding the pawn in e5 with my queen and my knight. So one way to cover that is to put a rook on e8 and or d8 and drop, well actually e8 and drop the bishop back to f8. Then the rook covers it. Then my knight's free to roam. Can he get another attacker on e4? Yes, he can. He can play knight d2 with the idea of knight c4. Okay, he played there. Now, here's an interesting thing. I had this happen in another game. I gain a tempo on his bishop if I capture on f4, and I'm not going to do it just yet. I'm going to get something developed first. So he could still take, but I don't mind that because I get, as I explained, some structural weaknesses. So I want to get a little more development here before I make a challenge of any sort in the center. If knight f3, then I'll probably take. Okay, so he plays knight d2. He's trying to play knight c4. Now, if I play b5 to stop that, he might play a4, and I can't play a6. Okay, so he's putting the question to my critters, so I'll just play rook e8 here, and then on knight c4, I will play bishop f8, and he would have to give up 2 pieces for the rook, so that's fine with me. I do weaken f7, but there's nothing you can do with it, about that. I could play bishop c4. No, I play b5. Bishop takes f7, king takes, knight check. He runs out of gusto. Okay, so rook e8. Okay, so now he castled. So I don't really want that pawn on c2. I don't care about it just yet. Besides, I would have to give up castling. Let's see. I can take it. Queen takes, bishop takes. Maybe I should take it. Let's see. Then he puts rook on c1. Bishop comes back to f5. He gets a rook down to c7. Now, you don't want to make exchanges that improve the position of your opponent's pieces. I've got adequate play here. First thing, break the pin so I can activate the knight. Let him deal with the fact that I'm pressuring this pawn. Let him sort it out. You want to give your opponent choices. Make the opponent think what you're doing. If I just grab the pawn on c2, I'm objectively worse, but I make his next several moves easier. I want him to be thinking and having to figure out what I'm trying to do. Here comes h3 again. You guys. Yeah. All right. That's fine. Now, castles, pawn takes, queen takes, knight f3. I'm going to gain the tempo now. And there you have it. Okay. So I gain a tempo. Open up a file. And we'll see what happens. We'll call things as they come. So they're all playing h3 here. I don't think that's a good move, and it kind of messes up what I'm trying to teach with the system. But maybe it's a good illustration. I'm going to have to work hard and show why it's a mess up. I'd love to be able to get a bishop h4 check in, but my knight's in the way. So, like I say, I gained a tempo here. He took. Now, is he threatening e5? He might be. Well, since I can't do much with my bishop, I'm going to go back and bring this knight to d7. Now, knight f3, castles, e5, pawn takes, knight takes, bishop takes. I can play bishop d6, and all is well. Okay, so, since they're making me work on developing this bishop by depriving g4. But these are moves you don't want to make, okay? h3, it's just not a good move. It weakens your pawn structure. It costs a tempo. All you're doing is preventing a pin. I mean, granted, that bishop wants to go there, but, so what? It's not going to win the game. You have white. You don't have any weaknesses in your position. Why create a weakness, okay? In principle, you can get away with that against players your own rating and lower sometimes, but if you give them too much slack, watch out, it's going to bite you, okay? So that's up to me to prove why these 3 people that stop my bishop from going to g4 are wrong, okay? So you guys are kind of ruining what I'm trying to show, but maybe you're helping it, okay? So, I don't know, we'll find out. I'm going to have to work here, but I have to work on all these simuls. Okay, so Knight f3, I may very well castle, and if he wants to castle queenside, well, we just let him. I'll start throwing my pawns forward on the queenside and get ready to take squares away from him. Start advancing those pawns and break open his king. See, either side is a long way off from attacking the other king here. So his safest move is knight f3 and both of us to castle kingside. Okay, so I got everyone's time thinking. Okay, here he's going to castle queenside. Okay, so what you want to do, I'm going to attack you. Your attack will come a little behind mine. So let's see, castles. He castles long, b5, and my pawns start going forward. Okay. See, white's starting to run a little bit behind in development here. The knight's not out on f3 yet, and you got to, if you're going to attack my king, you have to have the knight on an f3. Okay, so I got 3 games going. That was all this Simul had, and one was a sign up today. 2 people off the list. Come on, guys. And they got a lot of people that want to play me again. Sorry, I'm not going to sit here and play you guys 20 times because that's just the way it isn't. Okay, there's ways around that. You know the ways. Some people have taken advantage of the ways. Join my Rat Pack group. You can play me all you want. Okay. I had somebody bugging me to play 1 minute game, and I was telling them I do not like 1 minute. I do not play 1 minute. Well, come on, just one game. Stop bugging me. You're begging. I'm not begging. I'm being polite. No, you're begging. I had to block him. Then I finally unblock him, and all he does is send me chat requests. It said, look, what do I do every time you send me a chat request when I'm in live chess? I tell you I'm working. I do not like to be bothered in work. We have a message system. Declined his friend request, and I haven't heard from him since. So, it's just one game. What am I supposed to tell people that want to play a lot of games? What am I supposed to tell them, huh? Now maybe he's getting ready for a4 to secure that knight. Well, I can still play b5 and chase it out. So now bishop f8. The hatches are battened down on e5. Well, that didn't really cover you because I can kick that guy. Now let's see, b5. You can get some pawns, but 2 minor pieces is better. b5, pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes. He can pick up this pawn. I've got 1 pawn left against 2, but I got the 2 pieces, so that's not a good trade for you if you do it. Now let's see, where should he put his knight? a3. Yeah, and then I play a6, and I don't have to worry about the a file opening up. So there it is, b5. It doesn't want me to. That's an interesting move. Didn't quite expect that. So I'm going to play b5 anyway. He's not. This piece is already developed. Why move it? Okay, that's what I don't understand. How about if I break the pin on this file and pressure b2 with queen b6? Then I'm tying you down to guarding that knight. That pawn with your knight. Although I don't really have much future for my. I'm going to play b5 anyway with the idea knight b6 and bishop b6. Okay. And what if he plays a4 here? I'll play something like rook b8. But if he plays a4, it kind of takes away the idea that he wants to castle long. I may just take his pawn on a4. Okay, so I got everybody thinking. Well, not in this case. Okay, so you take, I take. Now knight a6. I ran into that pin. I wasn't calculating. Knight a3, a6. He can play knight takes. Well, I'm gonna go counterattack his pawn on e4. Let's see. Knight a3, a4, or knight 3, b4. He comes back to c4. I play bishop b7. I'm pressuring the pawn on e4. He covers that. I think I've got adequate play here. Wasn't calculating correctly. Dang it. Okay. But I'm playing too fast. I'm entitled to play fast because I have to play fast. Okay? You guys don't have to play fast. Okay, this one started first, so he's used 50 minutes. Well, the simul's an hour old, and I've taken 2 minutes off my clock. I've taken 8 minutes on the game. In some cases, it's because I'm going back. Okay, he didn't go there. He went there. And pressuring the pawn on b5. Okay, so didn't quite expect that. So here I can play rook b8 and cover my pawn on a4. I mean on b5. That seems to do it. See, the problem with a6, just so you don't know, a6, there's a pin here, so I play rook b8. Now he can play knight d5. It's a maneuver I often do in this opening as white, but I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so rook b8. Okay, now let's see. So he did castle. No, I castled, he castled. So making him think about this pawn. Will he play c3 to try to hold on to it? I don't know. I've definitely got some piece activity, and I can hop into c5. There, tries to go to e4 and can play moves like rook b8 and pressure his bishop. Okay, so let me see. I'm getting kind of hungry. I might toss something in the microwave here. Okay, so here 10 moves. He's taken 20 minutes. Almost. He's gotten 5 back on the clock. He's going a little too fast. You know, 10 moves in 25 minutes. No, he's going right on. See, 20. Yeah, he's gotten 25 minutes. He's going on. He's spot on. Okay, he's spot on too. So knight f5 is a possibility. Knight d5 is a possibility. Well, knight d5, I might take it and then push e4. Whoops. So knight d5 is not really a good possibility. If c4, I'll play a6. So I don't know how to get this list down. I think I'm gonna have to switch to playing for a 5-hour period where I play 15 and 10 games against people on the list, and get the 90-30, but you won't come to play it. It's just that simple. I'm offering these. I'm sure I've offered enough times to cover everybody on the list, but you're not coming to play them. Okay, so that's interesting. You've just walked into a fork. D4 or E4, knight D4 on my bishop. I can desperado that bishop on H3. Weaken the king position. Okay, interesting. I'm going to toss something in the microwave. I will be back to the speaker in a second. I'll keep talking. Maybe you can... I think this microphone is one that will pick up all the sounds. Okay, so I'm tossing something in the mic, and hopefully this works. That works. This will work. Okay. So it'll take 3 minutes to work, 3 minutes to cook, and about 10 minutes to cool. So do I play? I need to do something with my bishop. I can take, and if he takes with the queen, I get a tempo with knight c5. I can push e4. He plays knight d4. I play bishop takes h3. He takes on h3. I take on d3, takes with his queen. I get my knight to e5. Yeah, let's do that. So here's one of the here's one of the drawbacks with playing as he did the pawn to h3. Okay. Let's see, so knight d4. What if he plays, if bishop takes h3, what if he plays knight b5? Well, then we cry. Okay, so I'll play bishop here, and it's good not to rush. You know, I don't care if he plays knight b5, but I want him to do it when I'm sacking a bishop. Oh, wait. Let me, I'm not seeing this clearly. Bishop takes, knight b5. I move my queen. He can take e4. It might still work. He can also move his bishop. But one thing I've liked is I've cleared that e5 square for my knight. I can also take his bishop on d3 and force him to take my bishop. And then I play bishop f6, and he takes my pawn on d3, and I can play bishop takes b2. It's another way to do this. There's all kinds of ways to do this. I'll think about this one for a while. That's one thing I've got plenty of time. Here, queen e2. Okay, so now he's on pressuring b5, so I play a6, and the proverbial hatches are battened down. Okay, so let me see which games. I've played b5 and he hasn't moved. I've played a6 and he hasn't moved. And hey, did you hear that? That's the microwave telling me 3 minutes are up. My food is cooked. Okay, so let's get back to this. My light squared bishop is about to get developed to b7. I play c4, and I play b4, give him a protected pass pawn. But then I get that such a nice square c5 for my knight. He's no longer pressuring e5 as much as he was, so you know, that light squared bishop of his is just not on a good square. And, you know, you see that in a couple of these games. There it is. There's one of the drawbacks thereof. So let's see. I'm down a pawn here, but I'm not worried about the pawn. So let's see. Pawn takes, knight takes. Now he's on my bishop, so I got to play bishop f6. Now he could take with the pawn, so that the queen protects the pawn on b2, but then he's got double pawns. Somebody just moved. Who moved? He did. He put his knight on f3. So maybe he's decided he's going to castle. He's going to castle kingside anyway, which he should have done all along. Okay, so queen b6. What about e5? Pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes, bishop takes. My queen gets tempoed. I want the nice thing about doing this is putting the queen here is I create a potential pin if he castles. And I also support a c5 push, which is something I may be wanting to do here. Okay, so queen b6. Now back to this game. Bishop takes h3. Granted, I love it if he takes here and on h3 and I take on d3. Now I can have another move. I can play bishop bishop g6. Then where's he going to put his bishop? c4, it gets lost. b5. Might be going out of play there. And I can play knight e5. I'm going to keep the pieces on the board. You know, sometimes you have, you see, there's three interesting candidate moves. And bishop takes h3 appears to be playable, unless I want to spend a long time. If I'm playing one drawback with giving a simul the way I do is I stop and explain my thoughts, and I can't think as clearly as when I'm playing over the board. I'm trying to give you an instructional idea of how I'm playing. Instincts start to tell me bishop g6 is the best move. But what I like to do is keep pieces on the board, the logic being that I think I can do more with my pieces than you can do with yours. So bishop takes h3 can weaken his king side, but it takes a pair of bishops off the board. And the more I'm looking at it, where does this bishop go next? It can't go to c4. If it goes to b5, it's slightly out of play. And I can kick it with a6. It goes back to a4. Then I can play knight e5, and I'm ready to drop that knight in on c4. If I want, maybe pick up the bishop pair. So instinct tells me bishop g6 is the best move here. And I've given him d4, but I've got a choice of e5 and c5. And again, I make him consume clock time when I don't play forced moves. If you play, even though those moves may be playable, it makes his next several moves easy. Here, I give him more ways to go wrong. I can backfire on you. Anything can backfire on you. You don't know these things. I can play knight c6. I'm not too worried about that. Bishop f6. So let's see. I've got him thinking, and I've got him thinking. So there you have it. Take a sip of my Coke. And await developments. Okay, so here you have it in a nutshell. how I think. Got thrown for a few loops here with an h3 in every move. If you guys want to stop this system, you don't let me teach it. So grumble, grumble, grumble. What can I say? They're not getting the bishop to g4 in any of these games. Look at that. They all played h3. This thing can't be that intimidating, can it? Yeah, look at that. So, I guess I have to face it because you're going to face it. If nobody plays this against me, you go follow the system. Look what happened to me. You played h3 and I broke my whole thing. I didn't know what to do. Okay, well, You've got 3 examples what to do. What I like about this opening is it's simple and it so reduces your preparation time. If you're new at chess, under 1600 at chess, don't waste your time studying a lot of openings. You can learn them playing correspondence chess. So, that's a great tool to learn them. You can stop and look them up and learn them as you go, right? But if you're going to go out and compete in tournaments, don't spend 10 hours looking at openings. See, here comes the attack. Okay, well, I don't mind that. Now, do I want to push forward with c5? c5 threatens c4, winning a piece. If you kick my knight with e5, I get the d5 square. So c5. c5 it is. And let's see, he spent 30 minutes and gotten 6 back. He spent 36 minutes on 12 moves. Hey, it's good. He's doing a great job on his time. Good. They're all doing a good job on the time. That's what you want to do. He's doing too good of a job. He's really getting in time pressure here. Okay, here's a good thing to think about when you're playing a tournament game. Unfortunately, the internet doesn't have a secondary time control like they do in over the board. A common similar time control is similar to this 90-30. It's 40 moves in 90 minutes with a 30-second increment. And then when you reach 40 moves, you get a half an hour added to your clock. Now, don't tell me they can't do these things on these chess servers. They can. They just haven't. I don't know. Maybe it just requires some kind of programming. But anyway, 40 comes up because, and I've mentioned this before, it's one reason 40 moves is used a lot. Partly the old days, world before computers, you played 40 moves or 5 hours in an international event. Then you adjourned. And you went to bed and you had a second, somebody, helping you out. If you were Russian, you had the entire USSR chess team behind you. And you would look at the game overnight. They would all study the game for you. You'd go to bed and they'd come back in the morning and say, this is what you do. This is how you win. This is how you hold the draw. Try this, and if it doesn't work, you're going to lose. Okay, then you can just resign. So most games, usually by move 40, are decided. Okay, here he's played knight d5 on my queen, and I don't mind that. I don't have the fork, but I do have some other things, such as the c5 square. He's getting more pressure on e5, but that shouldn't be a problem. Let's see. Anyway, so a good gauge of time. Let's talk about this game, since we're on this game now. He needs to make 25 moves. And right now he's got 56 minutes to do it. And in those 25 moves, he's going to get 12 and a half back. So he's got close to 70 minutes to make 25 moves. That's almost 3 minutes a move. He's in good shape, okay? But because we don't get a bonus time added on at move 40, then you're left to playing at the increment, okay? Now, does somebody else move? Let me just peek it before I go any further. Okay, created a square for his bishop. So now I'm gonna just play simple, and let's see. By simple, I'm thinking taking on d4, opening up the d file. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to develop my bishop and threaten to win his pawn. And it's pinned because he hasn't bothered to cover his knight on f3. So if he pushes e5 at some point, his knight's going to fall on f3. So I'm going to go bother his pawn. Okay, now here, got to solve this one. Okay, knight takes. I don't mind him getting a pawn. He's got pressure on e5, but his queen's covering it, so there may be a pin, and I don't see an exit check. So here's a case where I'm going to go ahead and take it. And now he put his bishop back there. Okay, now I have the c5 and e5 squares for my knight. Which one do I want? Well, from c5, where does he go next? I don't know. From e5, I cover the c6 square for what it's worth, and I potentially go to c4. Okay, so he took with the pawn. Now, knight takes, bishop takes. He's on my queen. Didn't count this correctly. Maybe I have to stop and play e6. Another idea is I can play e4, but I run into a pin of my own. e4, bishop takes f5. Well, e4 takes f5. But you see, on e4, I'm not threatening to take either piece. And the reason I'm not threatening to take either piece is because my pawn on e4 is pinned. Okay, so elementary tactics. Now, am I worried about this pawn on d5? No. I can safeguard everything with f6. Then my knight's free to roam, and I don't have to worry about this pressure on e5. e4 is before I can take anything, he has to, I don't know, maybe tactically this works. Let's see, e4. I'm not threatening to take either piece because of the pin, but all I have to do is move my bishop, and I am threatening to take. So let's see, e4, rook fe1, bishop b7. That's his move again. He's forked. Another thing too on e4, his bishop can't move, but his knight can. He can put his knight on g5, and then he's threatening to take my pawn in e4. So e4 by me just doesn't work. This exposes my king and weakens my king side just a wee bit, but I'm not too worried about it because effectively I'll have blunted most of his pieces. And I just play f6 here. And now, what about queen e4 threatening a mate? Okay, well, I should be able to deal with that. I'll come back to this one, think about this one for a minute or two more. Got to get my food out of the microwave. Did he move yet? No, he didn't. Okay, did he move yet? Yes. He put his knight on g3 to cover his pawn. So, I still have the e-pawn pinned, and let's see. This is a good time to put the rook on e8, just in case that file opens up. Let's see. Wait, now what if he plays g5? My knight doesn't have a retreat. So you got to think these things through. The simul is now 1.5 hours old. A couple of the games started later. Usually I take a walk about now. But I got food that I want to eat. You get to listen to me munch. Okay, is he threatening g5? Is there anything I should worry about? So I don't want to play c4. He just backs his bishop up. Let's see. Not sure what I want to do here. I think it's time for me to stop and sort these things out, because if I want to try to give a better outlook on what I'm trying to do here. See, f6 positioning makes sense. Queen e4, I can play g6. I think his attack is blunted. And then I'm threatening moves like knight c5, chasing his queen. So, my king position gets a little weak as a result, but see, f6, queen e4, g6. What if he plays knight h4? Well, then I can actually play f5 and e4. So I think f6 is the right move here. Let's see. Does he have anything with bishop takes h7 check? Probably not. Okay, so f6. Okay, now it's his move here. It's my move over here. Okay, knight g3. Let's see. Somebody moved? He did. Let's just peek at it. b3. He's keeping me out of c4. Okay, but what he's done is he's also slightly weakened his king position. I mean his queenside position. So, got to activate pieces. Let's just tie him down to c2. Make him think about that square. Okay, I'm protect a7, but I'm not too worried about that. What about knight b5? Now I can play queen takes c2. Queen takes, rook takes, I'm on his bishop. I think I can survive that. I am a little risky, but I think I'll be okay. All right, rook c8. Now, is it my move here or is his move? No, I played f6. Okay, let me get this food out of the microwave, and I'll keep talking. Okay, so anyway, not exactly sure how all these games are going to fare. It changed a little bit because they played h3 in each game to mess up the system. I've already covered that. Not too worried about that. Just have to wait and see. Okay. Also on queen e4, I can play f5 immediately. I don't have to play g6, I can play queen e5 immediately. Okay, so let's see. My next plan is to put a knight on c5. That's what I'm trying to do. Queen e4, I can play f5. That weakens e4 all over again, though. I'll have to cross these bridges when I come to them. What's interesting about these simuls is I managed to keep a rating between 1720 and 1750 for most of them. You know, I lose some here and there, draw some here and there. I once had it up to 1976, I think. It's in my profile, just see my highest. When I gave my first simul, I lost like 18 out of 23 games on time. I had a 1300 rating. Took a while to get it back up, but Computer Easy and Computer Hard were nice, easy points, although I played too quick against it and lost a bunch of games. But, you know, it's all fun. I'm here to have fun. You know, these are virtual ratings. They're not really... If you can't keep a good rating, doesn't mean you're not good. It means, you know, these are target practice games. You're experimenting. They're for fun. Okay, so... one thing black has going is that both rooks are developed. Now the bishops are still on their original squares, although the bishop on f8 came back. So, you know, some people say it's not developed. Well, it is, okay? It is, because if it wasn't developed, I wouldn't be able to get castled. So even if when you retreat a piece back to where it started, it can be considered developed. Not always. But here, I've gotten it developed. And... My plan is to play knight c5, and then man, I might even play knight b6. I don't know. Try to pressure the d5 pawn that's advanced. So I got them thinking. This one's in the most time pressure. He's down to, I don't think it's enough. Let's see. Let's talk about this one. He has 22 minutes. He's going to get 11 minutes back on his clock. 32 minutes for 23 moves. Just about a minute and a half a move. A little faster than you should have, but that's one reason why I don't want to trade pieces in a situation like this, because that makes his game easier to play. So his knight's on a good square, but so is mine. I'm not too worried about that. Will he try something like f4? I can take en passant. Trade off the knight maybe, or redeploy my bishop to f6. Let him take on e5. And then, I don't think he should play f4 if it activates my bishop on g6. That bishop on g6 isn't really doing me much. I can't push f6, f5 because it would allow a knight fork on e6. Okay, so I got them all thinking, but I'm definitely guilty of playing too quick. Look at this. I have 80 minutes, I have 75 minutes, I have 67 minutes. But then again, I make a video of these, then even though I don't start them until they're a half hour in, you guys are the ones watching them. So, and if I start them too early, it just gets, the first half hour is boring anyways because I'm busy trying to line up people to play. Okay. I need to take a walk, and I'll finish my noodles away from the monitor. So the thing will go blank here the voice will go blank for 2 or 3 minutes, but I will be back. Is it my move here? My move here. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna stop this static. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Now what do I want to do here? Let's see, what's his time? My time is getting lower. Let's see. Um, if I take on d4, I could have potentially opened up the c file. That would cause him not to want a castle queenside. He could take with the knight, but then he's got an isolated pawn on e4, and I have both the c5 and e5 squares for my knight, so I'm going to follow instinct. I definitely don't want to push c4, and I think b4 is kind of premature, so I'm going to take here, and let's see, he played c4. Okay, now that restricts his bishop a little bit. I can stick my knight on d3, and I'm going to do just that. Let's see, knight. Now, what if he plays f3 now? Well, that can take en passant, and my knight's, well, no. Knight e3, f3. My knight can come back to c5. Yeah, that's the ticket. Okay, knight d3. I'm just going to sink it in this position. Okay, so knight d4. Now, what's he threatening? Stick it on e6. How about if I just go put my knight on c5 like I wanted to do all along? Now, does he have anything with bishop takes check? Yes, he does. Let's see. Where's this knight come from? Ah! Oh, somebody else moved here. I thought I made a notation or a mouse slip. Okay, his threat is to check and pick up my rook. He's also wanting to put the knight on e6. Okay, well, we can let him. 96. See who moved. I'm just wondering about that. He took with the knight. Now it gives me these two squares, c5 and d5. He gets f5. Not too worried about that. Hang on. So anyway, not too worried about that one. Where do I want to go? Knight c5 or e5? That is the proverbial question. c5 puts more pressure on e4. e5 threatens queen takes, d4, pawn takes, knight check. That just trades. Knight c5 makes sense. I'm crawling all over e4. You can play knight f5. Okay, now back to this. So I can let the knight go in there. That doesn't bother me so much. If this connects my rooks and threatens this knight, it also stops the bishop takes h7 threat. It puts latent threats on his pawn on d5. So queen e4, g6, knight e6, and my queen moves. He might drop that pawn on d5 if he's not careful. I don't care if he trades my bishop off on f8. My knight can always take it back, or my rook. My king should be safe. Bishop b7. Okay, bishop takes h7, king takes, queen h5, king there. No, he doesn't have enough. So bishop b7. Unless I've miscalculated. So here I've gone and waved that knight in on d3. Those are such good squares for knights. When you can get a knight in on the 6th rank like that. And I'm getting ready to play bishop f6 and open up a diagonal for the bishop. If he plays f3, I can play knight c5. I can play bishop g4 here and bother my rook. And I just put the rook on b8. I can play knight b5 and go after my pawn. Maybe I'll lose a pawn. I'm still munching my little snack. What did he take? He took that? Can he get away with that? Okay, what's he threatening? Let's see. And didn't anticipate that move. I can take on e4 comfortably. Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes. I'll take on d3. Queen takes. Then pin his critter. I don't know. I think he's going to regret opening up that e-file with his king caught in the center. Knight takes, knight takes. Knight takes again, tempos his queen. I think this just starts to give me a good game. I'm going to play it and see what happens. Could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know about half these games. Okay. These simults do take a lot out of me, because you have several different plans. You're trying to remember them all, and then you have to play a little quicker. Well, he's got 54 minutes. That's plenty of time. He's down to 11 minutes. He's got 45. He's got plenty of time. We might try c4 here, but not too worried about that. I'm going to get the, let's see, knight e6. No, he can't do that. I mean, my queen has safety, he can't attack it again. I was thinking go into d4 but with his bishop, but since I broke the pin, he doesn't have that luxury. Okay, he took it. And look at that nice pass pawn I have. For what it's worth. He did go in there. Now we're going to put the queen. B6. Yeah, let's go on B6 now. Queen H5, G6. Wait, gotta check this out. Let me drop this queen so in the wrong square so it goes back where it belongs. Okay, queen B5, queen up, G6, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. My king goes in the corner, and he's out of check, so he has queen here. Does he want to draw? Is that what he wants? Well, draw with black, you're doing fine, right? Okay, so, I have an interesting exchange sacrifice. Rook takes e6. The pawn will be doomed eventually. I'll have an extra knight. I kind of like that. I like sacking exchanges. Rook takes, pawn takes, knight c5. And I have an extra knight to play with. Yeah, I'm just going to do it for the fun of it. Well, before I do it. Okay, queen d6, queen b6. Okay, he can play queen h5. Now he's attacking h7. So I can play h6, queen g6, threatening queen there, king up, and bishop check, and yuck. So queen g6, he can sack his bishop, pawn takes, queen takes check. King in the corner, he has queen h5 check. That could, I don't want to draw. I want to play. I don't care if I lose. Okay, rook takes. I have an extra knight, and I have an extra pawn, and his bishops are somewhat blunted. Rook takes, pawn takes, knight c5. And I'm threatening then to play e4, trapping his bishop. Yeah, let's do it. I like exchange sacks. They're lots of fun. Okay. Now, let's see. Is he going to play knight b5 here? He took. Okay, knight c5. Bang. Bingo. Now I'm threatening to play e4 and trap your bishop. So you got to deal with that. Maybe he'll play c4. In which case I may do something like rook d8. Okay, he took there. Now knight takes him on your queen. Yeah, I thought he'd play knight b5. Okay, he didn't. So bishop f6. Activate that bishop. Okay. He's maybe trying to surround the pawn with knight e1. Maybe that's his idea. I've already played knight f6 or bishop f6, so I'll worry about that when I get there. What's happening here? Let's see. Okay, queen c2. Now this is almost a disaster for him waiting to happen. First step, bishop check, and he can't castle. So one of the dangers, ladies and gentlemen, when you don't castle your king. Okay, so check. Now if he goes to D1, he gets forked. If he goes to F1, gosh, it's so close to mate on F2. But the point is, he can't castle. That's the point. His rooks will not be connected, and so I'm going kind of on an instinct here. And if King F1, I may play Knight F2 anyway. Just attack the rook, take his bishop, swing a rook to the file. Okay, so he played bishop D4. Now, What do I have left here? I have 75 minutes. Come back here. I got him thinking. Okay, he went there. Now that just allows a terrible queen check. And you're going to lose your bishop. Okay, queen check, right? King must go to D1. Okay. Now, what do I want to do here? I was thinking of Queen E7, but he tempos with Rook E8 or Rook E1. Put the queen on D8. Queen, he takes, I take, and he plays. Can't play Knight E1 because Queen takes A1. So anyway, I'll play that. And now I win a piece, and I'm threatening more checks. Okay. So, you know, whoops, something just fell. I've won a piece, and he doesn't really have a good move here. I'm threatening to play Knight F2 check. And the house falls. I'm forcing his king back to the E-file. The E-file is opening up, and game over. So, okay, so F3. Okay, now he's weakened his king position a little bit. So, I just go take this pawn, and my knight's ready to redeploy, and my bishop's ready to jump into the game. Does he have anything? No, he's cut off that diagonal. Does he? Yeah, this is fine. So I got a pawn for the exchange, and I've got an active game. So black has plenty of compensation and piece activity. And you learn by getting piece activity. See what your pieces can do. Okay, so with all that in mind, let's see. His clock is definitely running here. Not quite sure what's happening. Let's see, queen there. Okay, well, I don't think that helps you. I'm going to check you. And let's see. Well, wait, let me put this on A8 and figure out where he was. Knight F2 check. If King C2, I'm going to come out of this at least a piece ahead. I'm trying to find a checkmate here. Let's see. Knight f2 check, king c2. Something of mine just got captured. I don't know what. Let's see. Queen check, bishop e2, knight check. King d2, bishop check. So check, check. This just looks right. Queen f3. What if he plays king c2? I'm out of checks. So let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna check. Knight f2. He took. Okay, I developed my queen. So we'll be down, let's see, 39 minutes. The idea here is to get active pieces. Okay, so he played that as expected. Now my queen's loose. So what if we go gain a tempo with her? Queen d3. That attacks the bishop. Yeah, how about if I just take the bishop? Bring his king out. Because if queen takes queen, I take back with the knight. Okay, so let's just draw his king out closer. Okay, rook there. Now I'm going to play rook here, and if he plays knight e1, I get rook e2 in. I think he should put the other rook there. Okay, so rook e1. Now he's opposing bishops. I want my bishop. You're not going to have it. I'm going to drive your bishop out of there. I just got to figure out how to do it. Although I can gain a tempo. Let's see. Bishop c5 check. King corner. Knight there. If you play bishop takes, my bishop takes, I'm on your rook. And I might be able to keep my two bishops. So check it is. Okay, check them and wreck them. I think I can keep my two bishops anyways if I just drop the bishop back to c8. So let's see what games are left. This one. He took. Now his king's exposed. Queen e4 check. King d2. Bishop g5 check. That bishop e4 check too, for what it's worth. Gosh, two bishops can do to a king. Okay, queen check. King d2, bishop g5 check. King d1. I can at least pick up the rook. Let's see. Check. King back, bishop g5 check, king d1, queen takes, h1. I'm up a whole bunch of wood. Okay, check it is. I'm not sure where the mate is. Okay, now, do I want to save my bishop? Or do I want them traded off? I'm going to save it. And let you worry if I'm going to play knight f4 or knight d4. So I'm going to keep my piece on the board. Now maybe it's going to sack on h3 later. Okay, so bishop c8. Keep my pieces on the board. Okay, now my plan is rook e2. It's coming. So if knight e1, I play rook e2, and f2 is a big problem for you. I think you need to play rook back to e8 here. No, you can't. Or can you? Let's see. I don't know. I think he has to play rook e8. He's also running way out of time. I think he'll make it. Okay, now let's see. Bishop check. Okay, he did play his rook to e1. He found the right move. So let's see. Rook e2, rook takes, pawn takes. Rook e2, he can't play rook takes. Well, I play pawn takes, and my pawn getting very dangerous. Rook e2. Rook takes, pawn takes. You can't play queen takes because the a1 rook falls. And if he plays rook takes, pawn takes, and then rook e1, he's on my pawn twice. And it's not covered. So I got plenty of time. I'm going to come back to this one. I'll give him a chance to think on my time. Okay, so you want to take my knight? You can have it. I'll get two nice light squared bishops. I mean, I'll have a nice play on the light squares. My bishop is going to give you fits. So first thing I do, I park my king in the corner and let you take it. Okay, now let's see. This game's still going. He's in check now. I have a queen d3 check. Yeah, that makes more sense. Queen d3 check. Just bring him out. Then my rook checks. Just if he blocks with the queen, he gets mated. So let's see. King d1, rook check, king f2. You know, it's curtains here. My move here. I think he took my critter. Okay. So you knew my knight was going to give you fits. Now what are you trying to do? Play f4 here? I'm not too sure about f4 for you. Maybe you can. Somebody gave up. Oh, you took that pawn. I wasn't even watching that pawn. Okay, that's fine. You can have it. I don't care. You're on my bishop. So where do I want to put the bishop? f5. Yeah, let's put it on f5. Okay, so I no longer have a pawn for the exchange. No worries. Let's see, where'd this come from? e6. There you go, bishop e4. Just play it and see what happens. Okay, this guy gave up. So his problem was he didn't castle. Boys and girls, you got to castle. Come on, go forward. It's hitting the wrong button. It's sliding over on its own. It's being evil. Okay, so here, I was thinking he wanted to castle queenside, but he never does. He's playing logically, trying to start his kingside attack, but his attack never got going. And I just menaced a pawn. He brought that over. And then I took, and his game really fell apart quick. I think he needs to take with the pawn here. Pawn takes, and I have to stop and think. Pawn takes. Yeah, because I'll come back to it. We'll look at it. Because I think his game just went rapidly downhill here. Everything just started falling apart. His king got caught. After king here, rook check. King goes to f2. It's so close to a mate. Probably just bishop check again. And, let's see. King here. I can play it out. Rook check. Where's he going to go? Here. Now I have a bishop check. Where's he going to go? He's got g1 and g2. He doesn't even have g1. G2. My bishop's covering it. I just put this here. And let's see. Queen check. King here. And look at this. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that checkmate? I do believe it is. Okay, so there was a mate coming. Let's back it up and try to find a better sequence for him. Okay, let's see. so what if he takes with the pawn? If we back it up. Whoops, we're too far back. Now I'm going back again. Come on, mouse, stay in one spot. Bingo. There we go. Okay, now, take with the pawn instead. What happens here? If he takes with the pawn, I have an interesting move here I wasn't thinking about. What if I do d5? Because I've got such control over e4. It does open up, well, you know, it opens up, his king is in the center. I don't think he can push, I don't think he can take. He's got to get castled quick, but he's just, I don't think he can take. What if he pushes here? Now, knight takes, pawn takes, he gets forked. Bishop takes, pawn takes, his knight's tempoed. And I'm threatening to go in there, he can't really take. His queen's loose. It's a whole new ball game. You know, I'm liking my game here. I have possibilities, well, not yet. I think I pin that thing. No, it's just he needed a castle one way or the other. His g4 was just a little premature. You know, just castle here and make me castle kingside and make me prove something. Just go from there. Okay, thanks for playing. I'm gonna close that one down. See my other two games. Is it my move there? Yeah, I was letting him think. Is it my move here? Yeah, it's my move here. Okay, so I'm letting him think. And oh, you know, I have the laptop. I can walk around with it if I want. It's plugged in to charge, so I can just plug it back in. Last time I did this when I walked around with a laptop, I forgot to plug it back in. I have to remember to do that, because if I don't, it will actually whoops, it'll wear out of battery power, and that's no good. Okay, so played one game finished and 2 games still going. Oops, I just flicked over to the group. Don't tell me. Okay, we don't want to see that. Let's go over to the main screen. And I'm waiting for my charger for my wireless headset. I mentioned that already. If you're watching all these videos, you know about that. It's not here yet. So I'm on, oh, come on. See that pop-up window down the bottom? How do I get rid of that? Oh, I know what I did. I shut off my mouse. That's why it won't go. There it went away. Okay. So I'll walk around, but I got to remember to plug this back in, or it'll eventually run out of juice. No, I have 100% charge. I'm okay. I just want to remember to plug it back in. It's just common sense and logic. Okay. So I've given up the exchange. I've got 2 bishops. They're worth a lot. It was good of him to trade off my knight, but I have to go from there. Let's see. So I got 2 games left, and what kind of moves could he consider? His bishop isn't really doing him a whole lot here. He might try c4. The idea of c4 is, excuse me, you know, he might end up with a passed pawn. When I walk around, these headphones get screwed up. Sorry about that. Okay. So, let's see. What might he think of here? Now, I missed my knight. I wasn't paying attention that he could trade it off, or I might have looked at it differently. But, you know, I still like, to some degree, my position here. I do control light squares. And his king position is a little shaky, but I'm kind of out of firepower to attack with. I only... and my rook for the moment is tied down because I went and lost my pawn on a6, which I wasn't watching. Um, let's see, time-wise, he's down to 31 minutes. Theoretically, white should be winning this, but I've got a lot of activity, and I deliberately chose this because I think exchange sacrifices are games are good practice. So what should he play here? Rook to d1, double the rooks on the a file. What other choices does he have? Let's see. He could put, I can't play rook a5. I'm thinking c4 is a reasonable try, but I might push by, and then b3 becomes weak, and I've got the c4 pawn kind of corralled. Gonna have to look at the other game in a minute, but I've got plenty of time. I want to give him a chance to catch up. I'm not trying to flag him, I'll go back and look at that game in just a bit while I'm waiting for him to move. Then I'll make a decision here. There. I'll go back and talk about that game. Because I only have 2 games, I need to try to focus. The objective is to try to win them both. The next objective is not to lose either. And the third objective is to get a win and a draw, I guess. And so, trying to win both. Yeah, you never know. I maintain that, if I drop material against a decent player, that I'm going to lose, and it's up to you to prove it. So, let's see. What would white do? What should white do? He did. He put a rook on d1. Okay, so what do I want to do here? What's he threatening? Anything I should worry about? I can chase that rook out of there. Queen b7. Let's see. I'm covering e6, d6, c6. He could have doubled last move, but he didn't. Where's he trying to put his rook? d5? Maybe. So, queen. Where's my mouse? I lost my mouse. I can't move without a mouse. Where'd I put it? 1 second. I have to go find my mouse. Okay, so if I put, what was I thinking? Put the queen on b7. He could attack my pawn. Well, he's not really attacking it. My rook's guarding it. I like getting the queen on the diagonal of the king. All kinds of interesting tactics could come up at some point. So it's either queen b7 or how can I improve my... Well, I can't move my rook yet. Yeah, I like queen b7. So my mouse was where I left it. Okay, queen b7, and I'll go figure out the other game. Okay, now I'll give him some time to think here, with the purpose that I wouldn't try to flag him, try to give him a competitive game. But at some point I have to stop and think. Let's see. Let's see, what do I want to do here? I think he moved on the other board. Oh, I want to peek at that. No, I'll just let this one stay here. Okay. So one thing about the rook going to e1 is he stops his knight from going to e1. So if he's trying to surround the pawn, that doesn't necessarily work. I can play bishop e4 and threaten to double his pawns. That's a possible move here. And play rook to e4. That sets a little trap. If queen takes d3, rook takes e1, discovered check. Or not discovered check, discovered attack. Let's see. What do I want to do here? I never know what I want to do in these games. Sometimes I just move too quick, and sometimes I stop and figure them out. You know, and I miss things when I do stop and figure them out. So, let's see. Kind of like bishop e4, just because it threatens to double his pawns and his knight doesn't have a good square to go to. He could play queen e3, and if I play bishop takes d5, I get back rank mated. Oh, that's no good. Okay, so I don't want to take on e8 because then my rook can't get to e8. I'd be trading my active rook for his passive rook. That's a no-no. You don't want to do those things, okay? You don't. All right, so let's see. All right, so let's see. Here. I've got that knight's pass pawn. I want to play something with rook e2. That's what I really want to do, but I don't know how to do it. Because it unprotects the rook on a1. Rook e2. Rook takes, pawn takes. And then he goes and plays rook e1. Yeah. So, candidate moves. Rook e2 is just plain awful. I don't know, I'm liking bishop e4. Rook e4 sets a silly trap, but it can't be good. I'm just unprotecting my pawn. I'll play bishop e4. Just threatens to double up his pawns and win one back and be a nuisance. So bishop e4 it is. Oh, it's my move over here. Yeah, that's right, I heard a click. He brought his rook back. I think doubling the rooks would be better. He's playing a little defensively. That's fine. What do I want to do here? Let's see. I never know what I want to do. I already said that. Okay, how do I improve the position of my rook? Well, I'm not sure. Let's see. Candidate moves. b4, is that worth anything? The idea of that is to restrain his pawns a little bit. I gotta be careful about one thing. Let's see. What if he plays... Is he threatening bishop takes e5 and forking my two bishops? That's a good question. Let's burn a move. Let's put the rook on g8. Is he threatening to take that thing? I have a pin. I don't know. What the heck to do here? gotta improve the position of my queen and my rook to... I'm just wondering about that bishop takes e5. Is that any good? I don't know. I'm gonna play queen c6. Queen c6, or do I want to play rook c... No, let's see. I gotta activate the rook. I've driven his rook out, so I have to activate my rook. So to do that, I need to move the queen out first. That's my move somewhere. Knight h2. Okay, so okay, his knight's no longer menacing my pawn. This is a time to think about getting my rooks doubled. Rook e7, f3, bishop g6, rook takes e7. I don't have... If I play queen takes a1 check, you can play rook back to e1. Have I gained anything with that? Very good question. I don't know. It's a good question. Let's see. I don't think h2... His knight's just going out of play there on h2. Whoops, I lost my screen. Come back. Knight h2. Let's see. Put the knight on h2, and what can I do? Is he trying to put the knight on h5? Looks like it. Oh, I always take squares away. Let's take that one from you. Clear my back rank. Okay, h5 it is. Okay, and he's down to a minute on his clock, so he's going to have to be moving quickly. Excuse me. So maybe he'll put the knight on f1. He took it. Yeah, I was worried about that. I thought I had it covered. Yeah, what am I missing? Is there a back rank problem here? I have to take. Pawn takes. What am I missing? Queen takes. I just saved my bishop. Or do I? My rook's loose. Put the rook on f8. I have to take it. Let me show him what he's got planned. f3. I heard another click. That's my move here. f3. He had to move. Okay. Bishop's got to go somewhere. f5 or g6 or h7. Can I take on d5? Nope. Okay, so I'll put this back. g6 at least protects g4. Okay, queen there. Now what's he doing? He's on my rook, he's on my bishop. Is my only move rook f8? Because that's what has me worried. Now I've got two pieces for the rook, but he's got a bunch of pawns, but the bishops are good in an open board. So do I have any other move but rook f8? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, I don't just want to play it. I've got nearly an hour on my clock. I just want to, give these guys a chance to catch up. Let me look at the other game because he's running out of time. Is it my move? No, he's moved. Okay, I'll come back to that. Give him some more time to think. Okay. What? I have a queen d4 check in that other game I was thinking about, because I don't know. Queen, okay, bishop on f8, f5 is loose, rook on b8 is loose. I was talking about a fork, and I thought by guarding the one bishop I was covering it. What have I missed? Rook a8 doesn't work. Queen e8, rook d8. My move is rook f8. Somebody send me a chat request. Okay, what do you want? I don't know what you want. Hang on. So I put the rook there. Now he played there. Now I have a queen check. Who's sending me a chat? Let's get this out of the way. Hey. You want to chat? Okay. National Master Ignition on board. Let's see what he wants. Okay, do I want to check on d4 here? I don't know. I want to do something with my rooks. Rook e5, is that worth anything? Try to get my rooks doubled. Rook e5. If rook takes, I can take with the queen. He plays rook e1 check, or rook e1. I get queen d4 check rather. Yeah, I'm gonna play that and figure it out. Okay, this guy's trying to chat with me. Okay, 1 second and I'll get it. Okay, hang on. Hi, he said hi. Oops. Hey, what is this doing? Where's this pop-up coming from? I don't want you there. Okay, hi. Okay, sorry. Trying to get multitask and do 10 things at once. I want to try to double my rooks. Okay. So, he's got a bunch of pawns for the in compensation, but I got the two bishops. Two bishops are good. They can be good. They can really do a lot of things to a rook. My thing is I'm running out of pawns. I don't think I'm losing either game, but I'm certainly not objectively better. I've down material, but material doesn't mean everything. Pawn count. Position counts a lot. The board's open for my bishops. I'm threatening to take a pawn on c2. Let's see. Does this other game go on? All right, hang on. Let's see. He played there. Okay, what's he trying to do? He's attacking. Let's see. I think the other guy moved. Let me look at that. He took. Somebody just take. Or should I let him think? Let the other guy think. No. All's fair in love and war. Okay, what's he doing to me? He's not. As long as I cover d8, I shouldn't get mated here. You know, some trick where I move my bishop and he plays queen takes f5 and then I walk into a back rank mate. Let's see. So there you have it. In a nutshell, what's he doing to me here? I mean, this is. I was looking at a bishop takes thing. I just didn't think it would happen. Okay, so he did it, and there's nothing I can do about the fact he did it. So he's going to get some pawns here for it. Where do I want the bishop? Well, b6 covers d8. D6 and E7 are out. Yeah. Let's put it on B6. Now he's going to probably take my pawn. And we'll figure out from there. Okay, so bishop B6. Let's look at this other game. Did he move? Yes, he did. Now queen check for what it's worth, because my queen is loose. Okay. I've got his knight out of play. He's unfortunately down to an increment every move. I'm going to take my pawn on B5. I can take the one on C2 though. Okay, this guy sent me a chat request and said hi, and I said hi, and he hasn't done anything else. Well, National Master Ignition on board. Okay, king there. That takes away squares from your knight. My rook's not in play as much as I'd like it to be. What's he threatening? Any back rank mates? I can't get my rook active, period. The only way I can get it active is to open up lines on the queen side. And the only way I can do that is A5, and that just loses a pawn, or does it? No, it doesn't. I can play D2. Yeah, A5 here. A5, queen takes D2, he moves his rook, and bishop D3 check, and it's quaintance, as Curly would say in Three Stooges. Okay, this will get ready to put it up to A4, and we'll go from there. Okay. And he's down to a minute. Now what's he thinking about here? He's going to get 3 pawns for the piece, but you know, I have an extra piece. I have 4 pieces, he has 3. My back rank's a little loose though. That's one of the problems with this whole thing. He's down to 24 minutes, I have 53. We'll figure it out when we get there. What did I say earlier? Sack the bishop on the C8 H3 diagonal. Sack it. If you move, can I sack it there? Let's see. Opens up my rook. Okay, G3. That can't be any good for him. Doesn't really clears the square for his king. Time to push A4. Okay, that was my plan. And break him open on the queen side. Okay, king there. Now I take this. Okay. Now, what do I want? The A file or the B file? Let's take the A file. It's open. Stick that rook on A3. Maybe A1 that gets traded. This king's a little out of play. I might be able to, let's see, rook B1, rook B8, play B4, but that way he can C4. It ties his rook down. Where's rook B8? Where do I go next? Now, rook, take the open file. It gives me more options. Okay. So I'm not sure who Ignition on board is. He's a national master. Okay, so I got an active rook. He wouldn't let me have the E file. Okay, he's bringing his knight back. Now, let's pressure his pawn. Let's see, rook B3. Play rook B1. Not sure if I'm getting anywhere. Did this other guy move? He didn't take my pawn. Oh, he's after my rook. Oh my goodness. What a nightmare. Okay. He didn't take my pawn. He's pressuring that guy. Well, I think the logical move is use my king here. Covering the key squares, you can't check me. Okay, king g8. Now, what am I going to do here? Rook a3, rook b1, queen b3. Queen b6 rather. Pressures the pawn. And well, let's just do it, figure it out later. Oh, that leaves a check. I don't think the check gets him anywhere. So rook b1, queen b6. Plays queen c3. And I can play rook a2, check, and rook b2 and rook a1. My rook gets on the 8th rank for what it's worth. Okay, so now queen b6, pressure the pawn. Let's see what happens. Okay, he's playing on his increment, so rook takes f5. The sting out of that move is taken away. So basically, I've got 2 bishops for a rook and 2 pawns. That puts me a pawn count down 1 point. But I always say the 2 pieces are better than the rook. What they do is they'll win 1 pawn, then another, and then they'll force a pass pawn, and eventually they'll force the rook to give itself up 1. But I only have 3 pawns left. It could have made me down to 2 pawns. He didn't take on b5. Okay, queen b2. Now I threaten to pin his queen with, let's see, where do I want to put the queen? If I put it on a5, he plays b5. So, I'm sorry, a5, he plays b4. Queen a6. Queen a, it lures him into it. It opens up some possibilities. Queen a5, b4, queen a4. Now I'm threatening to pin his queen. He needs to move his queen. You go back to d2. What if I also have d3 in a position kind of like this? That's kind of looking good. Yeah. Decisions. I want him, you know, I'm not trying to fly again. I know he's under pressure, but one way to keep the pressure on is not to give him easy moves to make. Because I made threats the last 2 moves or so, his moves have been kind of easy to select. So maybe what I'll do is flick over the other game and not worry about this one right now. Give him a chance to think about it and talk about this one for a little bit. Oh, stupid headphones are falling off my head. You know, they're great headphones, but they're inexpensive and they disassemble on their own. At the slightest opportunity, they will do just that. So, okay, so meanwhile back at the ranch, I got a little static there, a little pinging back. Stop that. There. I can't wait for my Okay, he's going to offer a queen trade. I'm kind of liking that. It takes some of the heat off my bishops. Let's see. Stupid headphones. One of the earpieces kind of broke in it. It only stays on when you have them hooked up, if you know what I mean. I don't know. What do I have here? I have 52 minutes. I got plenty of time. The simul, it's already 2 hours and 11 minutes old. Okay. Guy sent a chat request and said hi. I said hi back, and that's all that happened. Okay, so yeah. Let's see. Let's see, so queen takes, rook takes, I can't take on c2. My bishop's loose. So where else do I go? Not sure. Tick, 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 tick. Clock is ticking. Proverbial clock is ticking. I have 51 minutes here. I'm going to come back to this one. Let's look at this other one here. Where am I standing? Come on, flick over to it. There it goes. Okay. So, I'm not sure what's happening here. Not sure what's happening here. He's not on the... Queen a5. Do I want to play Queen a5? What was I trying to remember? It allows b4. Okay, so... do I want to allow that, or do I want to allow... let's see, Queen a5 threatens a pin. Does he play b4? Yeah, Queen a4 was the idea to penetrate, and I think that probably could lead to something. But I'm threatening to win his queen, I think, is the start here. So Queen a5. Now back to this mess. Let's talk about this other game for a little bit more. I hate it when it. Sometimes I like to talk about a game, and when you move, it flicks you away. This is inviting him to play b4, which might be the wrong idea. It just allows me to penetrate. It weakens c4 a little bit. I'm always trying to find a way to make a weakness in your position. You know, if you can create one on your own, that's great. But, you know, logically, since I'm threatening, he'll just back his king up or move his queen off the file. I mean the rank. Queen c1, but I get a check. Of course, he can slide over to f2 or d2, and then answer rook a2 with rook b2. I'm not sure if he can go to d2. I also have potential stuff with d2 coming. He's running out of time. Well, we'll just stay here and see what he does. I hope you move. Don't lose on time. You got 5 seconds. Oh, good, you made it. Okay, knight d2. He's aware of the clock. Okay, so now what can I do now? Well, rook a2 is the logical move. Queen c1. Oh gosh, he's hanging something. His rook is hanging, or his knight's hanging. He's losing a piece. Okay, back to this mess, as I call it. Okay, Queen d6 is logical, or takes d6 is the logical move, because if I'm just going to take it and figure this out here. Okay, he took. Now, where do I want my bishop? I don't know where I want my bishop. Okay, let's look at this game. Oh, we gave up. Yeah, he's going to lose a piece. Okay, so thanks so much. I'll review this game in a minute. I'm down to one game. If I can end this game, Simul's over. Okay, okay. Who's sending me a chat? Okay, okay. Accept. Okay, let's. NM finally answered me too. Let's get these chats out of the way. Okay, let me talk to him. Okay. Anyway, what do I want to do here? I want to save my bishop. At least I'm not going to get back rank mated. Where's the best place to put my bishop? Okay, he's saying thanks. Okay, so yeah, everyone wants to chat with me. Okay, well, video will be uploaded after. Okay, so where do I put my bishop? That is the proverbial question. I don't know where I want to put my bishop. C7 attacks his rook. And then he plays rook d5. And I shove my pawn to b4. I want to get the bishop in front of the pawn. I'd love to play bishop d4 here, but that's quite illegal. Okay. Yeah. Just. I got 3 pawns. In fact, if he trades off the queenside pawns, it's going to be very difficult to win this, but it probably could be done. Let's see. My wonderful bishops that looked so good earlier just don't look so good now. But they can get better. I don't know. Let's see. His king is out of play for what it's worth, and my bishop has some value being on that diagonal. But the question is, can I keep it there on that diagonal? I don't think I can. The reason is, like, well, unless I go to f2 or e3. I'm trying to. I'd love to get the bishop on c3 and the pawn on b4. I mean, that'd be just terrific. Take all kinds of squares away from him, restrain his pawn majority, tie him down to guarding c2. Everything in the world I want except the kitchen sink. But just not sure how to go about it. Let's see. Well, okay. Bishop e3 or bishop f2, both look tasty. Bishop c7 attacks his rook. I don't know. See, I'm trying to find a way to play this for a win. You always want to try for a win. I don't think I'm losing in any respect. Bishop c7, rook c6. Attacks my bishop. Now my bishop can go to g3. That boxes king in a little bit. Let's see. I think puts the rook behind the b pawn. And where do I go? I don't know. I'm not sure I can win this. Bishop d7. I can't play bishop d7. What am I saying? Bishop c7. Okay. He left it. The other guy left the chat. So. I like bishop. I like bishop f2. Lures his rook over to f1. And it gets ready to put the bishop on g4. What if he attacks me g4? I can't take his pawn on c2 because they get forked. So bishop f2 is not too good. Bishop f3, or e3 rather. He still plays rook d5. And I lose my pawn. So bishop c7. Wait, no, I don't lose my pawn. My bishop's guarded on f5. Rook d5. I can push b5 or b4, but I think I'm going to lose that pawn. I don't know. I'm going to play bishop e3. I just like it. It's got possibilities to get the bishop in front of the pawn, whereas bishop c7 doesn't. Okay, so let's pick this guy up and put him here and see what happens. That's all I can do. Maybe I'll play rook e1. I'm not sure what I'll do. Oop. What time do I have? I have 42 minutes. I have plenty of time. Okay, so let's see. Rook e1. Oops. Yeah, rook e1. What about rook e1? Where do I park my bishop? Oh, f4. Gains a tempo on his rook. Just might be able to I don't know. I have to wait and see what he does. So this is the kind of position where the two bishops like the board, and I'm going to play it out for a little bit. I mean, I could end. I think he would take a draw if I offered it. That's he hasn't offered one. Maybe he's not expecting one from me. I just want to see what these bishops can do because, I've just seen so many cases where just two bishops just tear a poor rook apart, and that's when I've got them both active now. But even if I win, I have to keep my b5 pawn on the board. If that gets traded off, I'm pretty sure it's headed for a draw, because I have a pawn minority on the king side, and I can, with the extra piece, I can stop his pawn from advancing. And even if I win it, winning one pawn for two, I'm just still have to make progress on the king side. Although, if it was a tournament game with stuff at stake, I would sit down and play it. This is practice chess. If he can get that b pawn off, I'll offer him a draw, because I don't think he can play this for a win. I can only play it for a win if he makes a mistake. Okay, so anyway. recognition on board, asked me to be a friend. I accept all friends requests except for that from that one annoying kid. That always bothers me when I'm in live chess. At least he doesn't bother me now. I think he learned. Okay, accept your friend's request. And I think I've seen your handle, but I'm not sure if I know you or who you are or where you're from. But you're welcome to come join my group and give simuls. I told you he was asking me. Here's what he asked me. What's with the 90-minute 93rd game? I give free simuls for my group. Easy way to pick up students. It is. Advertising. Students want to improve. I mean, I'm just deluged with requests for lessons. I can't keep up. Well, actually, I can, but... Rook c6, he's guarding his pawn. Would he do that? Well, he's not threatening to take my pawn off, but he is guarding his on c2. I don't know. Rook c... I don't know. I'm just gonna get this game over. What do I want to play? Can I play b4? Yeah. The idea of b4 is to keep my pawn on the board and then play bishop c2, and it's the last chance for the win. Let's see, what can he do to me? b4, I'm gonna play bishop d2 if he lets me. How can he stop it? No, I can't. Rook d1 stops it, but let's make him find it. Okay, Rook. If you don't stop bishop d2, I think you're in trouble. So you got to stop bishop d2. Let's make him think. Okay, bishop d2 is my idea here, with the idea of bishop c3, and then maybe I can win your two queenside pawns, maybe. But my pawn restrains one. What if he plays c4? I didn't think of that. Let's see, c4. Yeah. I don't know. Figured out. Take en passant. Maybe he takes back bishop d4. Yeah, pins a rook against a rook. Is that considered a pin, a rook against a rook? You know, they say the more valuable pieces in front or in back, but they're the same piece. If the rook in front moves, you lose the other rook. If the rook in back moves, you lose the piece up front. That's the idea. If you pin a queen against a king, the king gets off the rank or diagonal or file, and then you take the queen. So c4 is an interesting way to go wrong. Because I take en passant, and then my pawn, that shows how powerful these bishops are against rooks. You know, c4, a pawn takes, you can't take back, and that pawn just marching down to c2 and c1. And it's Quaitons. But I think my gut feeling is, well, I don't know. Does he have resources here? What's he play? Rook d1. I can't play bishop d2. I don't know how I get the bishop to c3. Just haven't figured that out yet. So the game's easier. Yes, they were easier. Everybody played h3 against me, and I don't think I'm going to lose this one. I won the other two. In the one game I just won, the guy took his time. He did the right thing. He's doing the right thing here, Mr. Wasabi. See Wasabi! What's up, Wasabi? Good name would be... He just moved. Oh, you're on my bishop. Well, that weakened your king. I was talking about something like that earlier. Where do I put my bishop now? Weakened f3, weakened h3. I'll just put him on g6. That keeps an eye on c2. Okay, and I gain a tempo on the pawn on f3. And I'm getting ready for bishop d2. Okay. And I think bishop d2 is a good move. Because I restrain his pawns and you know, put the bishop on c3 and then start to figure out what I'm going to do next. Okay, so maybe there's a win here. I'm trying to capitalize on your c2 pawn. Okay, bishop d2 with the idea of bishop c3. And then c2 comes under fire. And I want this game over. I mean, not quite sure how to do it yet. But I think he's got some serious problems now on c2. I think you need to play rook d1 and stop bishop d2, because once my bishop parks on c3, his pawns are pretty tied down. And plus I'm covering g7. If my rook gets active, I've got to cover my back rank, make sure I don't walk into a back rank mate. Walk into a side file mate yesterday. It was funny. I was trying to mate him and even talked about the mate that I had to make sure I prevented, and then forgot all about it and allowed it. It was kind of funny. I don't care. These are target practice games. Okay, so let's review the other game. Let's see. We're waiting for him to move. The last game. Okay. Let's see. Close that chat. Okay. So here they go to stop the bishop g4 move. Gonna have to work on a remedy to that. I already pitched a pawn. And strategically, he should be winning just because I'm down a pawn, but in practice, it's not so easy. Now he cut down the mobility of his bishop. There was a time or two, maybe he had a knight b5 in there. And I just got the advanced pass pawn to complicate. Sometimes those pawns can do lots of things. And it gets, and I took the diagonal h8 to h1 to pressure the rook on a1, you know, just to stop ideas of knight e1 trying to surround and win the pawn. Here he developed my queen, and now I got on the file and he's right to come back. And his knight got out of play here, and it never really got back in the game. And I don't have any open lines for my rook, so here I could sack a pawn, but he can't take it. I have to open up some lines. It's the only chance that rook has to get in the game. And there, he took the open file, attack a pawn again, threaten a pin. I'm still not exactly sure how b4. It allows queen a4, and then I have queen c2 check possibilities. Yeah, I don't think he can play b4. He needs to probably. He can't. Hey, he can play queen d2. No, he can't. Rook d2. Or can he? Let's see. Queen d2, rook a2, rook b2. Maybe he can. Let's look at what he did do. Oh, we can't move. Rook f1. So now I'm going to go play bishop c3 and threaten to win that pawn. And make you play defense. Okay. That's been my objective. Tie him down to guarding that pawn. Now to get another attacker in the game. That's my rook. Okay, so rook E1, E8, because that keeps his rook out of E6. Now, if he plays F4, I have bishop E4 check. So rook E8. Okay, we'll see where it goes. He's running lower on time, but I'm not too concerned about that. Let's finish this other game off and close it. So what happened was he walked into this. Now D2 is going to fall. He's going to lose a piece. So I was saying he had to move his queen laterally. If I go here, if he goes here, I can play this, and I'm pinning the queen. He has to block, and rook takes, queen takes. Now, but my queen gets a penetration here. Queen comes into... Wait, where's the queen? Let me plop. I gotta be careful. I'm in a different line. It may just mess everything up. Queen E1. Let's back it up. What was I gonna? I had an idea. Okay, not sure what it was. Okay, Queen E1. Now if he offers a queen trade, no, I guess I didn't really make any progress here. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think he had a defendable position. Anyway, don't have time to really discover everything. You're welcome to analyze it. Use my comments. Let's close that one down and focus on this last game. Okay, come on, close. There it goes. Now back to this one. Okay. So here I'm almost even threatening. No, not quite. I was thinking bishop E1, driving the rook off the rank and then take the pawn, but that allows his rook on C6 to cover. So little by little, I'm actually making somewhat of a comeback here. H5. What's he trying to do here? Deprive my bishop of squares? Obviously. I can't play H6 because I dropped my bishop. So it's time to clear a new square for my bishop. Let's put the rook on E1 and clear E8 for it. I'll just have to attack his pawn later. There we go. Rook E1. Now he'll probably play H5, and I'll play bishop E8. Take some of the pressure off C2, but gives me a chance to play for a win somewhere. I'll find a way to get my bishops in the game somehow. So all I have to do is win that pawn on C2, and the pawn on B3 is a goner. And when that happens, my B4 pawn runs. So then his best defense would be to try to eliminate all the pawns and give up his rook for one of my bishops and get the rook versus rook and bishop ending and get the conquered position, hold a draw. If you don't know it, it's in the books. You can find it on the internet. Google chess Cochrane position. C-O-C-H-R-A-N-E. That's the one to draw. Then there's the Philidor position, which wins. Do you know them? I know them. I think I know them. I don't know if I got a chance to demonstrate it here. It's one of those things that happens once in your chess career. Maybe twice. So it's good to know. I mean, you never know. I mean, I've defended the wrong side of bishop and knight versus king and drew them both. Once against the 1900 and once against the 2200. Neither knew how to do it. Well, that'll never happen. Whoops, it can happen. Okay. So he probably should play h5 here, just to take g6 from my bishop. He did. Now, what do I want it? e8 or f7? E8. E8's where's the guy's going. Now he can pin it, but I can break the pin with king f7. And c2 remains a weakness. Now I got to figure out how to get this bishop into play. My exchange sack was interesting. I think you go in the 7th rank. Good move. Okay, so restricting my king. Let's see. G6, you might play H6, although that weakens that pawn. But H6, just under general principles. Okay, general principles meaning that my pawns are safe and secure, and I'm going to try to play on the dark squares here. Since they're weak around his king, like for instance, he can't play king g3 here, he gets forked. And one drawback of g6 is not so much he plays h6 that another pawn comes off the board if he takes. Yeah, my bishop gets activated, but it's another pawn off the board. Okay, f4. Well, that weakens a little bit somewhere. Let's see. Stops me from playing bishop e5. Weakens your second rank a wee bit. Rook e3. Let's see. He's got both rooks kind of defending his pawn. Like if I move this bishop on c3, looking at ways to try to drive this rook off. Bishop b5, rook b7, bishop a6. I'm trying to get this bishop activated. Is he going to play g5 next? No, let's leave this here. Is he trying to play g5 if I do that? going to just make a waiting move. Keep his king out from advancing. Rook e3. And then maybe I have some stuff with bishop e1. Stretch my leg time. Be back. Okay, I'm back. He wants a rook trade. Uh, hmm. Well, do I want to activate his king? Oops, got static. Silly headphones. Okay, let's see. Rook check. Rook. So if I'm going to activate his king, I'll take it. Let it go to f2, not f3. I can put it on e1 and invite him to go to f1. Then that'll really deactivate his king. How about if I put it on e4? The purpose of that is I'm trying to provoke him into playing f5. And his pawns will really be bottled up. Or I just want to offer a draw and get the game over. I got 10 million things to do. What do I want to do here? Rook e1. You just play rook f2 and ask me to play something else. So he's got my dark squared or light squared bishop kind of bottled up. I'm just gonna check him. Then he's gonna play rook f2. Yeah, I think the game's headed for a draw. That's my gut feeling. I'm gonna have to activate my king. Yeah, he did play that. Now let's just. I've got things covered. Let's just take it. play a few moves. And let's see. Do I want the king or I want to try to activate the bishop? How about if we go attack that pawn? Invite him to advance it. Probably protect it with his king. But the hatches are battened down. He can't do anything to me unless he runs his king up the board. But I don't think he'll get anywhere. So here I'm giving you a chance to push f5 and further weaken your game. You should play king f3. And I'll probably play something like bishop b5. Try to come in behind, maybe get the bishop to d1. If your king gets too frisky. And so now bishop b5. King e4, bishop e2, king f5, bishop c3, king g6. Bishop takes c2 check, drive your king out. Okay, so bishop b5, feedback. Okay. I think the game's probably a draw. That's my feeling. Just make him prove it. When you have a little advantage like this with the bishops, it doesn't hurt to play. I mean, I don't mind a draw. I have no problem with a draw. What's the big deal? It's just internet, practice. I'm trying to develop an opening system and had 3 interesting challenges to it today. When they all played h3 and broke the system. Oh well, not everybody's going to play h3, but I'll get some more practice with it. So now my plan will be put the bishop back on c3, march the king across, and then try to get it active. His rook stays on the 7th for a while. Of course, at some point he can play g5. Maybe not yet. That was one reason I was keeping the bishop on e8 was to grab that h-pawn if he pushed g5, but I'm going to get a passed pawn, and it's hard to do when I have a pawn minority on both sides. But I've got an extra piece. I have 2 pieces, he has 1. And my 3rd piece is my king, and it's not doing anything. I've got to find a way to get it to do something. So, working on it. Let's look at this message. Does the guy ever respond? No, he left. Guy's giving free simuls and hasn't gotten any students. Well, you're not me. Okay, so he didn't attack my bishop, so I'll use this moment to king there, check, king up, check, king up, and I can restrict your king a little bit. I'm going to do it. Check. Okay, just doing that to restrict your king, that's all. That's all. Don't want it coming up to e4. Now I got to figure out how to get my king in the board. I'm not sure how to do it. Okay, now you've given me a pawn unless I've blundered. let's see, bishop takes, can't play rook a4 because you lose your rook. So I got a pawn, hooray. Bishop takes f4. You can't check. You can play rook a6. Okay, so bishop f4. Now I get my king active, I can win the pawn on g4. Okay, just have to make sure I don't go drop the pawn on b4. Okay, bishop takes, we'll see what happens. Maybe there's winning chances now. Get the bishop back to c3, figure out how to get my king off the back rank and into the game. Pile up on g4. You know, there's two weak pawns, g4 and c2. It may still be a draw, but it's tougher now for white because he has to... okay, what's he trying to do? Play rook e5. So let's go attack his rook. I can't play rook, or rook e4, he can't play that. Let's go attack his rook. And figure things out from there. King f8. Just have to make sure I don't accidentally drop a bishop. That would be catastrophic, then I'd be losing. Okay, king f8. Okay, his rook went back. Now, what's important is to get a way to get the king off the back rank. So the first step is to cover the pawn on g7. Now for rook a5, I put the bishop back on c3. Okay, so first step, bishop e5. This might be a win. Gonna get my king up into the game. My king is gonna try to head for g5 and pressure g4, or try to head for d2. Because if I win either one of those pawns, I think the other one falls. Okay, so now he's trying to get his king in the game. So I've got to get my king in the game, and the way I do it is with king e8, so I can play bishop d7, pressuring his pawn. And getting rid of the heat on the 7th rank. Okay, so king e8. Like I say, I've got g7 covered. Okay. Okay, so he's pressuring my bishop, but the idea was to put it on d7 so I could get my king in the game. And I cover e6, I threaten g4, and my king is starting to get in the game. Okay. You could play king e4 here. And I just park the bishop on c3. So I don't think he had to give up the pawn on f5 or f4. Now I just put the bishop back on c3. His king can only come up so far. And I'm threatening to take the pawn on g4, right? Right? I think so. Okay, so he put his rook there. Now, g7 is covered. He might be trying to play g5. Let's just trap his rook. Now his rook can't move. You got your own rook stuck. Now my plan is king e7 and bishop e8. Okay, king e7. You need to play g5. I'm going to get a passed pawn out of this. King e7. You're going to try to win the pawn on b4. King c5, bishop e8. Rook takes f6, king takes f6, king takes b4. I don't think you have enough. Okay, your rook is now trapped. I didn't calculate this out. My instinct says his pawns are back too far. You need to play rook takes f6 here. But I may very well take with my pawn and keep my king close, and then pick up your g pawn, and then your h pawn. Yeah, I think theoretically probably had a draw earlier. He just didn't find the right path. Losing the pawn on f4 didn't help. But putting his rook on g6, I'm still not sure. Before that, if he can hold, let's see. I'm going to try to activate my king. Okay, he disconnected, but he came back. Okay, so now rook takes f6 is pretty much forced. Although he can let me take on g6. King takes b4, bishop takes, pawn takes. And maybe he still has a draw here. I don't know. Well, if he gets a draw, he has a draw, right? What can you do? If your opponent plays better chess than you do, what can you do but lose? Maybe you can draw if you play just well enough to hold a draw, but you know, chess is a lot of work. So king takes b4, bishop takes, pawn takes. My king takes 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to take his g pawn. I can't lose this. Okay, I can't lose this. My question is, can I win it? Let's see. Okay, so counting 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to take his pawn. Then my h pawn runs. He gets 4 moves. 1, 2, 3. He gets his pawn to the 7th rank and is about to queen. So at some point my bishop has to drop back. The other strategy is try to use my king and bishop to win his 2 pawns, zugzwang him out of there. I have a feeling that works. Let's see, king c6, c4, king e5, c5, bishop e7, king b5, king g4, king b5. Wait, let me do this again. King here, king e6, king c4, king e5, c5, king f4, c. Wait. Let's pin this thing first. King up, pawn up, king up. No. King up, pawn up, king up, pawn up. Pin it. King b5, king f4, c6, bishop, or bishop d6, king g6, or b6, king takes f g4, c7, bishop takes, king takes, and wait, where's my pawn? Is it on the 4th rank or the 5th rank? These things are complicated. You can do it simpler by counting. Okay, king e6, e4, let's see, e6, e5, f4, g4. That takes 4 moves just to take that. Then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves to queen. So it takes me 9 moves to get a queen. He gets 9 moves. c4, c5, king b5 is 3, c6 is 4. I have to take a 10th move and play bishop d6. Then he plays king b6. That's his 5th move. c7, but I have to stop and take it. That's his 6th move. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I queen first, right? King e6, king c5. I'm sorry, king e6, king b5, king e5, c5, king f4. No, wait, I got it. Yeah, I think I'll lose the tempo. Okay. Worst he can do is draw. I think I said it right. King e6. I'm going after the pawn on g4 to get a passed pawn and use my bishop to stop one of his pawns, because I get a queen in I get a queen in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves. If I had 8 moves in a row, I have a queen. He gets 8 moves, but I have to use my bishop to duel with his pawns. And I think they'll do it. I think it'll do it. I sneak in just by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Okay, so there's no point in stopping the bishop on e7. Just head it back for d8. And go from there. Yeah, I just don't think his pawns move quick enough. He's got to get his king out of the way. Let's move his king to a5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves more to get his pawns to the 7th rank. Both of them. But, okay, so c4, so we'll just go for it. King e5. If I miscounted, I miscounted. But counting is the way to go. Okay, now, king f4, c6, bishop d8. And he has to bring his king up. And maybe there's a complication. You know, like I say, both of his pawns can come up. Now I have to play bishop d8. Maybe he should have kept the pawn there. Now I take this. Now, what have I missed? Maybe I'll lose this. Maybe he just runs the pawn up to b6. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's going to take him a while to get a queen. He's going to queen with check. Let's see. It's b4. Okay, now I got to get my guy running. And he's off and running. Now it takes. king takes, h3. He's going to queen first. See, I didn't look at this long enough. Okay, takes, check, does no good. Takes, check, push. Let's see. Takes, king takes, h3, c2, h2, queen checks, king g3, and I'm screwed. Yeah, hoisted in my own petard, as they say. Where's this bishop coming from? Bishop takes, h3, h3, c7, h2, takes, h3, c7, h2, he takes the queen, I get a queen. And I have to, yeah. Like I said, I wanted this game over. I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to get the games over, and I don't like taking draws. I like instructional videos. I don't care if I lose these, do you? Okay, h3 gives him a chance to go wrong. Okay. Yeah, I had to use my king against his pawns. I knew that would probably, it would work, but dang it. I don't like to lose a game trying to win, but I don't mind losing a game trying to win. I just don't like it. Does that sound contradictory? So here we hope for b7. And I can play bishop c7. So he's going to play c7. I play h2. He can promote with a queen with check, but I get to keep my bishop. Hooray. For what it's worth. Yeah, I was counting with his king coming up. I didn't, I guess the danger was there. I said we can run both pawns up. I didn't spend more time looking at it. I have time on the clock. I'm guilty of my own thing. You got to take your time, and I didn't. Okay, he took there. Now I go there. And you should make a queen with check. I'll advance my king. And game over. Transfer my king to queen side. I was wanting to play that and try to, he let me get a queen. That wasn't right. I had to win his Q side pawns. Okay, so maybe it's a draw now. Maybe I'm lucky. He has this dangerous pass pawn. But I got a queen. Hooray! Okay, so he's going to check and play b7. Then I got to try for perpetual check. Okay. Okay. So you should have promoted with check. Okay. So queen c8 check. My king moves somewhere, and you play b7, and I try to perpetual check you. Okay. I'm surprised the censorship, I spelled something wrong here when I typed something out. I'm surprised the censorship filter didn't kick in. Okay, time to activate the king. Let's see. Queen f7. I just don't want to give up g7 with check. Okay, king there. You can check on f7. On f7, I need to go to g5, and if he wants to take that pawn, the checks start. I'm going to check there. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to force a queen trade. Okay. King g6. Or not g6, g3. Okay, now I get to start my checks. I have like all of two of them. C1 and H5. And you're going to try to block the check, so let's see, with your queen. So H5 check. The king goes to C6, and I check on F3. You go to C7. I think C1's the better one. C1, you go to B5, or B4 rather. Now if I check on F4, I just take it as it goes. Start with the checks. I need to make 50 of them. If I make 50 of them, you don't get to push a pawn. Game over. Okay. You're in check. Okay. Now I'm going to put you in check again. D2. Two down, 48 to go. Can it be done? You'd be surprised about these queen and pawn endings. They're theoretical. In some cases, in some cases, I have a feeling it's theoretically lost, but sometimes they can be drawn. Now, he's taking. Okay, let's see. Taking C3 away, so I'll check here. And keep an eye on G2. Okay, 3 down, 47 to go. Okay, now we get another check. Let's see, where's the queen coming from? Maybe put on top of the queen. Okay, I have G2 and I have E4. Let's go to E4. Now he's going to go to G8, and I have Queen E8 check. If he goes to A6, I have Queen A4 check. If he goes to C7, I have Queen C4 check. Okay, went there, so now check. I've got his queen far enough out of play, maybe I'll pull it off here. Okay, I'm not going to count the moves out. When was the last pawn move? Or capture, let's see. He took on G7 on move 171, so the draw is at 121. If I can get that far. We've got 3 legal moves. Okay, now I check on A4. I gotta get about 45 more checks. Okay, so now Queen E4 check. Also, I can consider a third move repetition. Where have this is now the second time we've been here. Okay. Okay, so last time he went to B8, that didn't work. Now if I checked on the database is outdated by 13 days. I don't even know what database you're talking about. Okay, it's this pop-up I get every day. Let's see. I've checked on D2, C2, E4 once, E8 once, E4 this is the second time. So now we check on C4, right? Where's he going to go? E3 or E6? I think his queen's out of play. I think I'm going to get a perpetual out of this. Actually, you can go to B8 now. I misplayed that. Let's see. C2 was the way. Oh, he went too quick. Okay, so Queen E4 check. He's going to oppose his queen. And my queen checks again. He wants to get his queen to C7 with check. Let's see. Where's my queen? Let me drop it here. I'm playing too quick. Okay, what checks do I have? E6 and D3 and E4. D3 and D5. Queen D3. Yeah, that's Queen D4 is the way. Okay, Queen D4 check. I'm thinking that's the way. I don't know. So he's in check. He's got a queen move. He's got king moves. He needs to move his queen at some point. His queen was out of play. So I still get checks, but I only need about 42 more of them. Okay, Queen D2 as expected. Okay, so now where do I go? Let's see. I have G1 and H1, or wait a minute. I can't get the notation right. G8 and A8. Which one? Which one to go to? That is the proverbial question. Okay. Don't know which one to go to. Queen H1 check. King. I'm liking Queen A8 check. I think it goes King C7. I've run out of checks. Ugh. Okay, so don't like that so much. That gives Queen B1 check. He goes King C7. And I get a check on C4 again. Yeah. Let's go queen. I also have another check. I can check on G5. Is that G5? Yeah. On G5 I can check. And he goes to C7. Yeah, I think the best is G1 and see what happens. Not G1, G8. Okay, check. Okay, so we'll see where we're at. Brought his king up. Now what checks do I have? I have C4. I think that's what it is. Got to keep him thinking. It's the only check I have. I'm going to play queen C6, and if I can't check on F7, rats. Okay. Queen C6, I'm running out of checks because I can't check on F4. He pins me. Didn't see that. So let's see, queen C6. I have to find a new home for my queen. And he starts to count over. Oh, he's blocking his pawn for what it's worth. Am I out of checks? Let's see, I think I'm out of checks. I have queen E4 check. Always check it might be mate. Queen E4 check. Queen C6. Don't have queen E7 check because of queen C7. So, phooey. He's blocking his pawn. His G pawn is threatening to run. Maybe I have to bring my king up. King F4. No, that can't be any good. He just forks my king and queen with his queen. Okay, King H4. What if he just plays G7? Yeah, I like the idea of getting my king off that vulnerable square, so let's put the king up here and let the chips fall where they may. You'll probably play G7 here. That starts to count over. But he was threatening to play queen C7 check, and I lose, so one thing I like about his king position is it's blocking his pawn, but he can push his other pawn, and that weakens F7, so I can maybe bring my queen back to G8. And his king can't go to the back rank because my queen will be on the back rank, and if he, he can start checking me. That's fine. He can check me 50 moves. It's a draw. So I think if he had promoted not taken my bishop, I think he would have stopped me from queening and the game would have been over. Okay, so he's going to play queen c6. Now, what do I can't check on f7. I'm going to put my queen on g8. Let's see. He put his let's see, where do I put my queen? Keep it in the center. I don't have any checks, dang it. Well, let's threaten one. Okay, queen d4. When in doubt, centralize your queen. Like I say, he can start checking me anytime he wants. And for what it's worth, I'm threatening queen g7 check, and if queen there opposes, take his pawn. But it should still be a loss unless he gets careless. It's one of the reasons I brought my king up, to get it out of the way of the board and maybe menace that pawn. What's his best move here? I think whatever move he makes, I get a check unless he starts checking me. Like if he puts his queen down on g7, g2, I get queen d2 check. Okay, king h7, now I get a check. Okay, I really got the notation wrong. a7. Okay, so do I check on g2 or I can't check on a4. I gotta check on a1. Okay, queen a1 check. Okay, at least he can't run his pawn now. And now I check him on where? H8? Is that H8 or is, yeah, that's H8. And check him back on E5. I just came from there, didn't I? No, I was on D4. I have H8 and E5. Which one? E5 is closer to the center. Let's keep it centralized. Check. And I only have about, okay, queen c7. Obviously, I can't trade queens. I have a check on the back rank. Let's see, queen, it's the only check I have. No, I have h1 again, or h8. Do I want e8 or a1 or h8? I think I got to go with d8. Okay, or e8. Queen check. Okay. It goes back to a7. I have queen a4 check again. Okay, so like my king as far from the action as it can. I don't want to run into any kind of position where he blocks a check with a check. Whoops, then goes my queen. So now I got to go back. I have one check, right? That was only a check, I think. Queen e4 check. He's got to figure out how to win this. Okay, so he put his queen up. Now, how many checks do I have? Has this happened already? See, it's good to know that if there's a third move, third repetition. I'm not going to offer a draw unless it's a third move. His queen was on c6 in that position, and then I just put it in the center. I didn't do a check. But his king was blocking. Now, as long as his king's blocking his pawn, I don't mind not checking. But he's offering a queen trade now. I want to check on e7 or let's see. When I had the queen on d4, that's another trick. So he can't move his pawn. When the queen was on d4, this was the position, right? Now, if I put the queen back on d4, we repeat the position. Yeah. So I'll just play that. So you can look at, you can scroll back and see the position it was before. Ha ha! So we've repeated the position. And last time we were in this position, he played, what did he play? King a7. So now he's got to try something else. So I've got this position twice. If I get it again, it's a draw. Like I said, he can start checking me and my king will come up the board. Last time we're in this position, what did he play? King a7 or king a6? No, he did check. Okay, so now I don't really have a choice. Let's see where I put my king. I guess I attack his pawn, right? Right? Okay. As long as I don't get my queen traded, I'm okay. My king's now getting in the game. And I'm threatening to take a pawn and start the count over. Do I want to take that pawn? Okay, so the 32 moves to go to get a draw. Okay, he's checking me again. Like I say, he can check me all day. Where do I put my king? If I put it on h6 and he pushes g2, that pawn's threatening the queen. If I put it on f6, it's more active. He plays it to g2, and that once again that pawn's threatening the queen. So where do I want my king? h6 or f6? On f6 it's closer to his king. Let's see. Let's put him on f6. If I'm going to have any chance, my king has to be close to his king. h6 is just bad. He's going to play g7 anyway, and I'm probably toast. Start the count over. Or at least my king's closer. Yep, there it did, play g7. And let's see. So what do I do here? Let's see. The count just started over, folks, ladies and gentlemen. I got to start checking, right? What do I have? Queen e2 check? I think that's all I have. That's not e2, that's d7. Okay, so check. You're in check. Now the question is, did he get his queen too far away? Do I get a perpetual now? Okay, king e8. Now what do I want to check with the queen? C1? Is that, no, that's not C1. That's C8. I'm really messing up the notation. Nope, that's what I did. Was it the best? King A7. I have a feeling that wasn't the right move. Mouse slip. Well, let's see. Okay, what check do I have now? Back to D7. Okay. I just have a feeling that wasn't the right thing. I touched the queen and I went to the wrong square. Now I gotta make sure I don't get deflected here with a check. So now queen A4 check. Is that A4? I'm really messing up the notation. Okay, so anyway, what's happening here? Now I can go pin that pawn, but he makes a new queen. So let's see, queen A6. Let's see, I didn't want to play queen C1, but I wasn't sure about the position. I don't really care. I gotta check on D7, I suppose. Now, if he checks, can he check by advancing his pawn? Yeah, I guess he can. Well, what can I do about it? He's in check. That's all I can do. I think that's all I can do. He did advance his pawn. So, let's see. Now I got to take on G7. Otherwise, he has two queens running loose. Okay, now we'll see what happens. At least his pawn's pinned. I can't move this move, but I got one pawn down. Okay, king A8. What do I have to do? Pin him? I think I have to pin his pawn, don't I? Queen D5. It's pretty much the only move. Okay. Queen D5. Now your pawn's pinned. I had to take a walk. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Maybe he's walked into one of those drawn positions. I know there's some cases it's so frustrating. You're up the, I think I know with a rook pawn there's somewhere you just can't make any progress, and you think you're so close to win you can't. So getting my Anyway, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back, and I'm in check. Okay, one thing to look at is his last pawn move was 96. So if there's a draw on 50, it comes at move 146. That's a long way from now. Now he's checked me, so I got to stay on black squares. Let's see. I can't afford to get my queen swapped. So go to C1. That's F8. I'm keeping his pawn pin so my king can start walking closer. Or I can just sit around and I don't know if I want to get too close. Gotta put him somewhere. What's this pop-up doing here? Hey, okay. It got his pawn pin, so king f8, and we'll throw caution to the wind and see what happens. Let him start checking me. He can check me all day as long as I stay on dark squares. You can't trade me off. And I'm trying to start checking him. If I can do it. His queen is out of play there. He needs it where? F6? Queen F6 check. That drives my king closer, though. Let's see. Queen F6 check, yeah. And start bringing the king over. He needs to help out, you know. But some of these positions, you know, it's frustrating as heck. There's a way to win this, and there's a way to blunder into a draw. And I think we're both borderline from having a win and bungling it into a draw, and me having a draw and bungling it into a loss. Okay, he put his queen on A4. That stops, but his pawn stays pinned. See, it didn't make any progress with his pawn. So my queen is fine where it's at. It's pinning his pawn. I don't really need to move my king, do I? I mean, move my queen, do I? Let's see. Well, throw caution to the wind, like I say, I want to get close, but don't want to get too close. King e7. Let's see what happens. Okay, his pawn's pinned, and he can play king a7, and I have to start checking. I just cut off a diagonal for my king, or my queen. Let's see, king a7, queen c5 check, king b8. Oh, I can check on d6. Okay, I was thinking I had to check on f8. So, anyway, he's checking me. Well, like I say, he can check me 50 times. Now, how close do I want to get my king? I think his queen's out of play there. Do I want to go to d7? That gets me closer. Yeah, let's just get the king closer. Sometimes you don't want to get too close. You just run into an oops. But my king can be useful to cut his king off. That's, he can, if he doesn't improve his position, I just let him check me 50 times and get my king over there to help out. I take squares away from his king. So I think this is the only way, or the most direct way, is get the king over there now and go for it. Okay, here comes a check. Where do I put the king? D1? Is that D1? No, that's D8. Did I put him on D8? Yeah. I don't know. There's a trick on D8. He gives up his queen and hurdles my king. Okay, let's see. So if I go to C3, that's one of those tricks. King F6 or C6. Gosh, I'm messing up the notation bad on this. King C6. He makes a queen with check. I put my king. Can't put my king on G3. No, I gotta play my king to E8 here. Just let him keep checking me. Okay. See, king D8, there's a trick. He can sack his queen. Queen G8 check. Queen takes queen, make a queen, new queen, and I lose my queen. Would he see that? Can't take a chance. I'm lucky I saw it. Okay, so now he can give up the queen and make a new queen, and we reach a queen versus queen ending. So as I say, he can just check me all day long. I'm fine with that. At some point he's got to move his king, and then I get to start checking. I think king b8, I play queen d8 check, and I get a perpetual. King back to a7, queen a5. So what about king a7? Does that make any progress? No, I just check on a5. So he's not making any progress here. I may be close to the draw here because he can't move his king. He can play queen c7. That might be a winning plan. He can't move his king. He falls into a draw. Okay, so if he keeps checking, that doesn't really make him progress. He's checking me though. Where do I put the king? Watch out. Oh, silly thing. Okay, king d7. What's he have? Still can't move his pawn. if he moves his king to b8, let's see, king d7, king b8. Did I lose my perpetual? Because I want to check on well, actually have no, I'm okay. I draw with that. Okay, so let's just keep the king close and let him find a win. It's probably there, but maybe not, you know. My king is now keeping his king out of the c file, and checking me doesn't really gain him anything. If he checks on g2, I have to remember not to go to e1. I have to go, or e8. I have to go, or d8. I have to go back to e8. Oh, yeah. Silly headphones are trying to fall off. Oh, I'll be so glad when I get that charger for my wireless. Okay, he's offering me a draw. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, game over. Thank you. Alright, thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Check out the video later. Okay, let's run through this. I'll demonstrate what I can. Here I think you should have played knight a3. But anyway, e4 was a possibility, but it just got too messy. Now there's a pin. Okay, fine. And I can play just move my queen like to b6, queen b6, and then comes queen h5, g6, and there's a draw. And I don't care. This just looked like fun. I'm here to have fun. Okay, and weaken his king position, and now I didn't even see that pawn dropping. White's probably theoretically winning at this point. And I was talking about that possibility, and I didn't think you'd do it. I just don't have many pawns here. That's the problem. And I got the ideal formation, but let's look at the other line that I think won, because I clearly miscounted. I mean, the way I counted was fine. I just didn't anticipate all of his lines. If I'm playing in a real tournament game, I'm going to take more time and solve it. I'm just lazy in these exhibitions. But here, he's starting to get that rook got trapped. Whoops. And now here's the winning strategy. Okay, king d6, and he's got to. I basically got to zugzwang him away from his pawns. Okay. Now he can try to set up a blockade of some kind, but at some point, I get a penetration, and I think the moment he moves either one of them, he's running into trouble. And like I say, now eventually he gets zugzwang away from his pawns, and the moment he moves one, I think, like I say, I think he's running into trouble. Although you never know, but I can't lose this. Now he's lost. So this was the way to go, and I just got lazy. But I've wiped out the rest of the game. This is the way this thing works. Way this thing works. When you replace a move, you get the new one. So analyzing out the queen and pawn ending wasn't the right way. I made mention of what I thought won. But anyway, the video is now 4 hours long. I'm going to stop it. Thanks everyone for playing. Thanks everyone for watching. And talk to you next Simul. Thanks.